Is this thing on? Also got a duck. God, that's really annoying. There we go. That's better, isn't it? Welcome to Snooze with Sam, everyone. And Snooze with Sam's best of 2021. What a year it has been. Having started out in December 2019, I created and uploaded my first stories. It took 2 months for them to receive any listens, but I still remember seeing that wee graph line just spike a little bit. Then a lot, and then it was hundreds, and so despite being pushed for time and energy, even then, I made sure to capitalise on this new audience and write, record and release regularly, maintaining the delivery of stories for you all. And here we are. I started writing because of my own poor sleep, really, and encouragement from others. It'd always been something that had inspired me to do. And I always wanted to help people in one way or another, and this was another way of doing it. And as human beings, we have this inside of us, and in a biological sense, a yearning and desire to help other people. We find great purpose in this, and no matter what form it's in, I've always wanted to be in a situation with that at the centre of it, at pretty much everything I do. So now, 12 months on, where are we as a community? Well, numbers aren't everything, but they do paint a nice picture of growth sometimes. So we've got well over 3,500 subscribers, around 30 incredible patrons, I cannot thank them enough, nearly 300,000 views, roughly 80,000 words, something like 75 stories, not including patron stories, custom stories or other wee videos. And most importantly, we've got all of you. People who have invested in me. Yes, I've provided the material off my own back, and my own energy and my own time, and my own commitment to what these stories can do for you all. But, of course, none of it matters without you. You are the messengers, the word spreaders, the love givers, and my encouragement. I'm completely overwhelmed by the sheer love, support, and dedication by you all. Every single listen means a lot. It shows me that I'm doing something right. But so many of you take time out of your night to comment and show your own appreciation. This isn't taken for granted. I love hearing from you and just how much these stories do actually mean to you. And you do really mean it, I can feel it. So to everyone who listens to me, the most heartfelt thank you. Snooze with Sam is literally nothing without you. This is just the first year, and I'm excited for the next 5 years or 10 years or even more. I have huge ambitions for this. I'll always be upfront with you. I estimate if the channel grew 4 to 5 times in size, then I'll be able to live comfortably on it, for example. But hopefully it will surpass that point even more and beyond, but I do need your help to do this. As I'm sure most of you know, YouTube is a brilliant but fickle platform for creators. Everyone knows that one day the bubble could just pop and all could be gone. Growth happens at different rates. Algorithms select seemingly at random, pushing some people way up and leaving others. Grafting equally as hard but with fewer rewards. It depends on things like keywords and popular search terms and titles and thumbnails, likes and subscribers. I'm happy knowing that what's to be will be, and I've got all of you to thank. Again, I feel obligated to say that every subscriber does matter, as does every view and like, etc, etc. I get bored of saying it and hearing it myself, but ultimately it's just exactly how it is. YouTube needs to see it, otherwise it doesn't know. And did you know that over half of the people, over half who regularly listen to me, aren't subscribed? So if everyone did, the channel would literally double in size overnight. I cannot explain the positive impact that would have on both the channel and myself, so if it were possible, I'd be massively appreciative of it. Anyway, I could go on and on, but here we have Snooze with Sam's best of 2021. This is a not-so-wee compilation of some of my own personal highlights of the year. I've got no idea how long it's going to be yet. It might be 2 hours, it might be 6. I'll be sure to tell you a little bit about why they are my favourites along the way. Some you'll know very well, some maybe not so much, but it'll be a lovely wee journey through the last 12 months. Things like personal benchmarks, firsts, proudest moments, favourite moments, some of the best editing, the best writing, the most successful, and so on. It's not necessarily in chronological order either, just to mix things up, but I split the year into 3 different bits and picked one from each as we went, so it's kind of a good mix, but the earlier ones are towards the beginning and most of the later ones are towards the end. Honourable mentions must go to things like The Last Christmas Story, but it's far too long to put in this, so maybe next year's anyway. So thank you again to every single person who supported me. I really, really cannot thank you all enough. I'm so incredibly excited for the future. I'm so lucky already, I can feel it, and I like to think with perseverance and more hard work, it's only upwards from here. But again, I have all of you to thank. So, as always, lie back, take a deep breath, and enjoy Snooze with Sam's best of 2021. Thank you. So the very first one I'd like us to revisit is the one that is most special to me, and it remains that way because this one was written for somebody very special in my life. It's inspired by a trip that we took together in late 2020, is it? What year are we in? Yeah. To Loch Rannoch in central Scotland. Around Christmas. It was only one night away, but it was the most incredible time. So this still has a very special place in my heart, and this one was written for them. So this is Sunset Rain on the Roof. Tucked up in the back of your car, you gaze out over the loch. The boot lid is open, allowing an unobstructed panorama of your view. The most incredible display of sunset colours you've ever experienced. All coupled with the most serene, spiritual surroundings of Loch Rannoch, the geographical centre of Scotland. After a long day's walk, you're settling down for the night, having already put up your tent outside. The weather was gorgeous, sunny and still all day. A few moments ago, some isolated rain clouds drifted overhead and began sprinkling delicate droplets of rain. Creating a wonderful smell of wet earth, so difficult to describe, yet so seductive. You hopped into the back of your car, where your bedding still sat. A perfect little nest, just until the rain passed. Feet outstretched in front of you, towards the open boot lid of your car. You are stunned by what you see. The rain pitter-pattering on the roof. As the clouds float gently across the sky, the sun reappears, low on the horizon, and turns your whole world a myriad of golden and pink shimmers and glows. Every single raindrop turns into a falling crystal, seemingly hanging in midair, as the sun penetrates them with a radiant backlight. Before you hangs a curtain of glowing water droplets, slowly descending to the surface of the loch below, creating all sorts of sun rays, trying to force their way through. Behind this curtain lies the dramatic hills of Kinloch Ranach, a small and quaint village situated at the east end of the loch. These hills create a fortress on either side of the loch's edge, channeling all light up and down it like a water runway. The surface of the loch shimmers like nothing you've seen, with such magical light to play with. Every droplet's ripples clash with a neighbouring set, and another, and another. The distorted surface catches every colour under the sky. deep greys from the clouds, flashes of blue from the sky. And the reddy oranges, pinks, and rich golden hues from the setting sun in the west. Hanging just over the loch's surface now. Every few moments you close your eyes, just listening to the percussive sounds of the rain hitting the car's roof. It's softer than rain landing on the road or in puddles. It's the perfect sound to send you to sleep, should you choose to. Just thinking of that makes you snuggle into your duvets and blankets even more, getting cozier and warmer by the minute. Opening your eyes, you notice the sun having lowered in the sky just that little bit more. Turning every colour you see just that little bit darker. The oranges and reds of the sun-struck clouds deepen. The greys darken, and the blue sky turns a little inkier as the evening begins to turn to night. Still you focus on the falling water droplets, admiring how slowly they move, especially in the distance, where they don't seem to move at all. Everything around you is drenched in golden light. The surrounding hills, your tent on the water's edge, the pebbles and grasses of the beach, and the inside of your car. The lip of the open boot, spattered with broken water droplets. There is little breeze, so the rain mostly passes by, leaving you untouched from inside the car.
as you shuffle a little, getting slightly comfier. You note how much this feels like a dream to you. Like this isn't real. Your view is ethereal, like a painting. Not like real life at all. These colours in these landscapes seem to only exist in fiction. Yet here you are, feeling dozy in the back of your car, cocooned in lovely warm bedding. Peering out over Loch Rannoch as the setting sun illuminates your entire world. You watch the rain, every droplet landing on the water's surface. It is quite hypnotic. A slow-moving panorama before you. The next story is the first views. And of course, to all those who followed me since the very beginning, you will know that it was in fact the very first upload, lying in the forest. Now I still remember it was February, and I'm talking as if it was years ago, but it's been a busy year, so back in February I still remember the first views creeping in, just seeing that tiny little line on my analytics just creep up and up and up, and think, here we go, somebody's actually found these, no way. And over the course of the months, because the audio balance wasn't quite right, I did re-edit this and re-release it, just to do the story some justice. And this one was inspired by a local park in Glasgow, which I did take the original audio from. So this is the very first story I ever wrote. It's Lying in the Forest. admiring the forest floor, looking for that perfect spot on which to rest your weary body. Your gaze lands upon an inviting mossy patch. Just at the base of a towering, vibrant Douglas fir. The shadow it casts over the ground is broken, sparkling, rippled by the splaying branches high above. The late afternoon sun is still high, casting warm but comfortable rays through the canopy. The perfect balance of sunlight and shade. Just right. You let your heavy bag slide off your shoulders onto the ground, feeling the overwhelming sense of relief in your shoulders, back, and your mind. You've carried the bag all day. You've carried it far. You've done well too. You worked hard. But now it's time to put the bag down. Letting go of the bag, you place it behind the tree, out of sight. It's time to relax. You don't need to carry the bag any further. Not for today. Let go of the bag. Lowering yourself down, the cool moss engulfs your fingers and invites further. Slowly, steadily, you recline. You let your head land softly upon the green, cool pillow. Stretching out, you take a deep breath in and pause, allowing your heartbeat to slow, ever so slightly. Exhaling, a deep sense of calm flows throughout your entire body. Feel relaxed, ready to rest after a long day. There are no stressful or unwelcome thoughts here. Let them melt away. They are insignificant. They do not matter. You have earned this rest. Gazing up into the glimmering, gently swaying treetops, you take another deep breath and slowly close your eyes. You tune into the distant sounds of a waterfall. It sounds formidable, maybe falling 30 feet or more. The water moves easily, slowly, toward the fall's edge. It quickens with pace as the lip moves nearer. The water cascades over the fall, almost in slow motion, taking an eternity to descend to the white water basin below. The roar at first seems rhythmless, just a relentless torrent of white noise. But then you listen closer, sensing an almost wave-like coming and going of intensity. As if the flow grows and whelps, only slightly. Maybe it's your imagination, maybe it's not. You move your focus to a distant bird call. Only occasionally it sings its tuneful song. It could be a blue tit, a wren, or maybe a robin. It flits between branches, an intense burst of chaotic wing beats, followed immediately by an arcing soar. The stillness falling between, seeming to defy physics. But onwards the little bird flies. A simple life, a content life. All the little bird desires is to find enough food to sustain it over the winter months and build an intricate, cozy nest so that it can brood over a healthy clutch of eggs in time for spring. Here it will raise a family, feed them and attend to them tirelessly. In time, the chicks will gain enough strength and follow the mother out of the nest. A leap of faith and trust. Out of the treetops and into a whole new world. The little bird, happy with itself, goes about its business and readies for another year to do it all over again. With your eyes still closed, you picture and feel all that surrounds you. The endless carpet of auburn pine needles spread around the crawling roots of the trees above. The sun breaks through the smallest gaps in the branches, casting ever-shifting flecks of sunlight onto the earth and the trunks of the evergreen trees. Occasionally you hear a bird swoop overhead, the faint hiss of warm air between its feathers. As soon as it was there, it is gone. You imagine the magnitude of the waterfall in the distance. Only a murmur to you, but the water crashes and boils as it reaches the river below. You wonder if it's ever stopped. Or will it ever? Has it flowed relentlessly for thousands of years? An ever-present constant of nature in an ever-shifting landscape. As you contemplate, you feel your body getting heavier. Your hands, arms, shoulders and neck all seem to sink further into the moss below. Your feet and legs breathe a sigh of relief. They have arrived at the end of a long day. You breathe deeply. Slowly. You feel soothed. Nothing in the world can change that. Nothing at all. It's just you, the forest, the birds, and the waterfall. Just you and nature. Nothing else. Next story, we jump about 6 months forwards to around summertime this year with a story based around the island which I'm from, which is, of course, Skye. I'd featured it a few times before this story was released. But with every idea that comes to mind, I wanted to write one about a beach not too far from where I used to live. It's about 2 or 3 miles walk from the very end of the road, a place called Camastarach. And this is the fun editing one. That's what I've called this bit, because this was the first time I actually, tried to play with some of the audio that I'd recorded beforehand. The idea being that you plummet underwater midway through the story, and I wanted to recreate that as a sound. So this was the first fun editing one. I've just called it that. They're all fun to edit, but you know what I mean. I actually messed about with it a little. So, without further ado, I hope you enjoy Isle of Skye's underwater world. First, it is your ankles, the lapping waves splashing up your legs. Then your knees, wading deeper and deeper as you feel the water climb through your wetsuit. Your waist is next as you brace yourself for what is to come. Fitting your goggles and your breathing mask, you steady yourself and plunge underwater. Immersing your whole body. You feel the cold reach your skin, but warm straight away as the suit creates a barrier. You scan your surroundings and listen. Emerald ocean, the sunlight casting visible rays through the vibrant green water. Shiny white sands, gently swaying seagrass. The churning waves above you, ever wary little fish. Just some of what you see and hear before your eyes in the waters around the Isle of Skye. All of a sudden you feel so instantly calm. Like you would rather be nowhere else. Not many people venture out into the waters of Scotland. They feel they are too cold and too wild. For the most part, they might well be right. The North Sea, which sits between the UK and Scandinavia, is one of the wildest in the world. Famous for its huge storms. The west coast where you are now can be equally volatile. Battered by storms, brought up from the Americas by the Gulf Stream. But every so often there is harmony. A lull in the ferocity of the weather. And suddenly the temperature of the sea doesn't feel so off-putting. Because once you brave the cold, you will find some of the world's most beautiful waters, rich with life. You put on your wetsuit and stood there on Talisker Beach on the Isle of Skye in just your bare feet. Feeling every grain of sand wiggle its way between your toes. With a deep breath, you closed your eyes, savouring the salty smell and taste which lingered in the air. Within a moment, you were walking towards the shoreline, feeling the sand dampen. Then there were little puddles in little ruts created by the current. These were warm, the sun heating them up. This was just a false indication though. reached your feet, one stray wave reaching up the beach. The chill shocks your system, but you were not deterred. Onwards and onwards you waded, excited by the underwater paradise which awaited you. Gently kicking your feet, you coast through the shallows, admiring everything around you, taking in all the details. Just a few meters below you, you see a tiny wee hermit crab shuffling along in the sand. Making small advances from one bit of shelter to another. Not far from it, a small flatfish, probably a sole, peers up from the seabed. Perfectly camouflaged, only identifiable to the keen eye. You cruise over to a patch of beautiful seagrass, watching it sway gently in the current. The way it moves is like it's being blown by a slow-motion wind. You feel sleepy just looking at it. In the distance, you see small, safe fish. Just babies wandering around in these shallow waters. You name them all Nemo, just for the sake of it. Looking up to the surface of the sea, you watch the choppy water dance above you. It's strange seeing waves from underneath, you think to yourself. as we usually only see them from above. A small observation, but an observation nonetheless. You can't believe how white and tropical looking the sand is. If it weren't for the cold and the greener tinged water, you could have guessed you were in a much warmer country. But Scotland holds many secrets, its oceans being one of them. As you float peacefully around in the waters surrounding Skye, listening to the waves churn and splash above you, the rumble of the sounds of the waves travelling through the water. You wouldn't rather be anywhere else. Next up in our series of stories, we've got my favourite meditation, or as I've called it, my favourite reflective meditation. Now, I haven't done many meditations this year, mainly because I think once you have a good one that works for you, it seems to be a good place to return to, and I'm very well practiced in using meditative techniques, especially in my day-to-day life, with other people also, but I love being able to literally put your perfect wording down to paper. It means that you can say and try and inspire everything that you do mean. Now, I loved writing this one because this, as I hope you all love, combines the best bits of writing fictional stories around Scotland and some lovely meditative techniques, and kind of kind of intertwined active thinking, like you are in the story. You are in a snow-covered mountain range, but you've got your log cabin and your fire. But while you're there, tending to your place, tending to the fire, you are actively thinking and reflecting on things that are going on in your mind. And I think it works really well. Not an overly popular story, like quite a lot of them are or aren't. But the ones who have listened really loved it, so I hope you enjoy this one. It's called Melt Your Stress Away. Closing the door of the log cabin behind you, you let out a shiver, dislodging a few snowflakes from your hair in the process. Cheeks rosy from the charring cold, wee red nose poking out, wondering what it did to end up hanging out in space, all exposed to the elements. It takes a moment to acknowledge the sudden rise in temperature. How soothing it is. You can't wait to just lay down and relax. Outside, deep in the frozen winter highland wilderness, it's sub-zero. A light snowfall slaloming the pine trees, making its way towards you regardless. It's early evening. The light of the day, very, very faint and blue. Now though, your face fires up as you attempt to stifle any perspiration. Such is the warmth in your cabin. Over by the tartan rocking chair, lies a beautiful wood-burning fire. There's also a bookcase and a little pantry filled with delicious food, fine wine, and of course a deep, rich bottle of Scotch whisky. The beautiful wood-burning fire is burning away healthily. You remove your jackets, kick off your boots, and move in on the fire. Outside, you collected in your pan as much snow as you could fit in. You want to make fresh tea. The loose leaves sitting in a clip-top jam jar in the pantry. And so, you place the pot next to the fire, right up against the heat, and wait patiently for it to begin steaming. And then you thought to yourself, you're quite relaxed. Just sitting here, staring into the fire, watching your pot of snow begin to melt. There is nothing in the present moment which should cause any stress or worry. All you can hear is the whispering wind outside, the faint sizzle of excited water molecules, and the crackling of this lovely wee fire. Not a thing in this room warrants any feeling of unease. So why is it that you can still feel stress in the back of your mind? Or worries, or anxiety for that matter? It's a good question, and one without any one simple answer. Naturally, there are 1,000 bazillion reasons we may feel any of these emotions. But right now, you feel stress. It's a curious one, stress. We read that it's mostly a bad thing, which should be reduced. It can cause high blood pressure, fatigue, depression, sleep deprivation, even bad skin. Yet we also hear that there is such a thing as good stress. That a certain element can indeed inspire us, push us to be better, reward us and potentially make us feel more fulfilled. Oh, hang on. The water's simmering now. You reach for the tea leaves and place a couple of spoonfuls in the water, setting the pan to the side to brew. Where were you? Oh yes. Is there such thing as the right amount of stress? Or maybe, is it the right kind? Work can be stressful, can't it? As can looking after people. Or even taking care of yourself in some cases. In fact, anything can be, should we allow it to carry enough weight for us. But think about a time you felt good stress. Like there were some wee deadlines for something which was going to bring yourself or someone else joy and happiness. A surprise party, perhaps. Or arranging a trip with friends. Even baking that cake you said you'd make for your partner. Whatever it is, it's clear that an element of pressure can be very satisfying. However, do most of us feel more stressed than we probably should? Yes. Do we honestly feel as though most of the stress is perhaps negative in outcome? It's likely. It's clear that it's just as crucial to give yourself as much time love, and care as you need. And when we say need, we don't mean how much time others or circumstances are giving you to do it in. We mean the time that you need for genuine physical, emotional needs that we have. We live in a fast-paced world that... Oh, whoops. Nearly forgot about the tea. She looks about ready. You take your favourite mug from the top of the pantry. Pick up the pan by the handle and slowly pour out the steaming brew through a strainer. You're careful not to take too many leaves with it, although a few pop in anyway. You glance outside. A few wee snowflakes catching your eye against the gloom. So anyway, yes. We live in a fast-paced world. For most of us, we can keep up for a certain amount of time before we inevitably learn that actually our bodies and minds maybe weren't meant for all that noise. And not just noise. Pressures of consumerism, money, interpretive success. Things we believe we should be striving for. And then we actually find that we want more joy in the smaller things, the simpler things, things such as love, the friends we have, our families, our pets, health, fitness, all things which keep us whole and fulfilled, in the long term as well as the short term. Does the rest really matter so much? Only you know. So take a little extra time for you. Make it an actual priority. You've been prioritizing all this other stuff that you've taught yourself to mean more. Deadlines. Trying to please others with no thanks given. Earning as much money as possible, as if there's some magic number to reach in order to live a happy life. All at the expense of your own personal health and well-being, potentially. Neglecting those closest to you, or those who mean the most. Neglecting yourself. Your bodily health, your nutrition, your mobility. So take another 5 minutes on your walks, just because you enjoy it. Put down that phone and embrace your senses wherever you are. Spend some time doing nothing, just letting your racing brain slow down for just a moment. Take deliberate, deep breaths at your desk or in bed, as we are a society of shallow breathers. Hunched over computers, glued to technology. Open up your lungs. Feel the extra oxygen actively change the way you feel. And lastly, spend more time proactively appreciating everything in your immediate moment. Because if you think about it, for 99% of the time we feel stresses, we are not actually around the thing which is stressing us out. All you're doing now is listening to the whispering wind outside. The faint sizzle of excited water molecules in the pan. And the crackling of this lovely wee fire. Not a thing in this room warrants any feeling of unease. Take in the details of a moment. Whether you're alone or with company. It's not possible all the time, of course. But it is one huge step closer to finding more peace in our lives. And the funny thing is, it's always been there. Right in front of us. The next story in our list is one of the most popular ones, ever since the very beginning, in fact. It's, of course, the timeless classic, I guess we could call it. It's Warm Bothy on a Winter's Night. Now, this has reappeared recently in the Christmas story, as sort of like story inception, because I thought it was actually well placed within that as well. Now, I know this is kind of a favourite of everyone's, which I'm so flattered by. I still remember lots of the comments from very early on saying how much they loved it. So, of course, this takes place in the snowy, icy highlands of Scotland, not too far from Ellendonnan Castle. And you are spending an evening in a bothy. You've got a crackling, warm fireplace waiting for you inside, and it's just your duty to go from where you are inside the bothy and settle down to sleep. A very simple story, but one I know that you do love and that you'll love again. So this is Warm Bothy on a Winter's Night. After a long day hiking in the Highland wilderness, you have arrived at your overnight stay.
somewhere north of Elendonnan Castle, near the Isle of Skye, a little stone bothy looms out of the gloom towards you, amidst the towering glens on either side, mere black shadows against the inky, crystal clear twilight sky. Moving closer over the frosty blades of grass towards your shelter, you take note of a warm orange glow escaping through the windows, dissipating into the evening air. You had hoped those staying ahead of you would have kept a fire alive for your arrival. Could it be? As you crunch toward the bothy, placing a hand on the heavy timber door, you ease it open with a creak, cautiously stepping through the threshold, and to your joy, through an invisible wall of heat. There, slightly to your left, toward the far wall of the single-room building, is a fire. Healthy, fully fueled, radiating warmth in all directions. Your cheeks turn rosy. Your fingers tingle from the change in temperature. It must be 25 degrees inside. A stark change from the sub-zero bitterness of the glen. With the change in heat comes a sudden, fierce wave of tiredness. You need to rest. You want to sleep. You've been on your feet all day, fighting off the cold with your heavy down jacket. But the chill has still found its way through the small gaps, and to your toes especially. All you want now is to get in to your bed, all cozy by the roaring fire. You undress and unpack your sleeping bag and bedsheet, stretching the latter over the deep, soft, squishy mattress lying about 2 meters from the fire. It looks so inviting, already having soaked up the radiating heat from the fireplace. Sliding into your sleeping bag, you are met with an initial sharp chill, which almost instantly resides as your body heat replaces the cooler air. You feel a wave of relaxation wash over you as your own heat bounces back towards you, wrapping around like a thermal blanket. Embracing this desperately needed warmth, your eyes become heavy, barely able to keep themselves open. noting the flickering flames and the little crackles and hisses of the healthy fire. You descend into a world of darkness as your eyes fall shut. What's that sound? A distant tawny owl hooting a little night chorus into the darkness without destination. Maybe it's celebrating having found its dinner for the evening, able to take it back to the nest to feed its chicks. Or maybe the owl is calling out for a mate. Trying to find another owl to cozy down with for the evening. Who knows? The call is far away. The owl likely perched, almost motionless, in a quietly icing tray. Its enormous eyes peering curiously out into the gloom. A predator so efficient, yet effortlessly elegant. You wonder how old the owl is. Is it a young juvenile in the early years of its wise old life? Or maybe it is, in fact, a wise old owl, one of experience and expertise, keeping the legend alive. The old owl would have seen the daily comings and goings of adventurers like me. The wandering herds of red deer, comprising of dozens of does, and the mightiest, majestic stags. Their vast antlers towering into the sky, seeming to defy what's possible for an animal to grow. Yet they move as if they're not there. The intricate yet purposeful structures, weightless on their heads. Other than the occasional rut and bark from interested males, they move silently beneath the equally silent owl gliding above, moving across the land like a mobile landmark. During the daytime, they climb higher up grazing and feeding on the tender, untouched grasses and shoots. When darkness looms, they leave the higher altitudes to return to the basin on the glen, where it's warmer, more sheltered, and where they can drink. Running through the midline of the glen, weaving and wandering around like a disorientated worm, is a river. Because of the winter temperatures, the edges are freezing, almost trying to reach across to the other side. At some parts, there is only a metre gap or so between the frozen sheets, stretching out from each bank. The river flows slowly, without drama, barely a sound. The foot of the glen, so flat, it provides nearly no gradient at all. Foot by foot, metre by metre, mile by mile, the icy water crawls through the vibrant, frostbitten landscape. Silence, almost deafening. Where is the water going? How long will it take to reach the sea? A day? A week? A month? A lone autumnal oak leaf floats delicately down the river, carried by the relentless, leisurely current. It never seems to leave the middle. Constantly guided and redirected by eddies and slight increases in flow. Beyond the leaf, a small bothy sits, slightly elevated above the water level. inside. A fire burns, spitting and crackling. A warm orange glow escaping through the windows. Dissipating into the evening air. A cozy home for the night.
Next we have a couple of what I've called the funny ones, because when I wrote the North Coast 500 series, this was kind of a release for me to as if I was writing a book, which had characters, which in this instance were myself and my two good friends Jake and Martin, whilst we effectively toured around the north of Scotland. So this was an opportunity to write characters with a bit more dialogue, as well as interjecting some humour and stuff that I actually do find funny. as I've mentioned before, especially in Q&As, you know, the sleep stories are not necessarily a place to express what you find hilarious or humorous, and I promise you that anybody that knows me in person knows that I am just on the wind-up the whole time. So I have to suppress a lot of that doing this, which is fine. There's a time and a place for everything. But the first couple of episodes in the North Coast 500 series, I just sort of fed you all a little bit of what was to come. So this is a couple of the earliest episodes of the North Coast 500 series, latterly Sleepy Journey Around Scotland as a combined effort. I hope you enjoy this. A wee laugh here and there. Just something a bit more entertaining to listen to. I hope you enjoy this one.
So what was all the fuss about with this North Coast 500 route? I was wondering the same just before we set off. Maybe thinking that there was too much fuss being made over it, that it was overhyped. But I was soon to learn that this trip, in fact, was everything it was promised to be. Naturally, of course, on the first day it was raining. But then we don't mind a bit of rain now, do we? The NC 500, as it's come to be known, has been all the rage in Scotland, mainly for tourists, for years now. Coming from the Isle of Skye, I am well accustomed to gorgeous scenery and the peace and tranquility of rural Scotland. So I'm probably not going to feel as wowed as the average adventurer, I thought to myself. Then again, I have an open mind and an appreciation for the smaller things in life. Maybe it'll blow my knitted tartan socks right off. This route was conceived about 10 years ago as Scotland's Route 66. Taking in many of the most remote and beautiful parts of Scotland, although omitting Skye admittedly, as that would take it slightly off track, and the route would need to adopt a slightly less catchy North Coast 634 name, or something like that. Officially, the trip begins in Inverness, heading west towards Skye. The road then detours north, thus beginning the 500-mile-ish loop. Circumnavigating the whole of the northernmost portion of Scotland that was once upon a time rarely visited. I had always wondered what was north of Ullapool. I admit, I assumed that all of the local facilities would be run by sheep. And so should you require a favour from the locals, you would need to trade in tender grass or a scratch behind the ear. After packing our tents and basic supplies into the big estate car, that's a station wagon for you Americans, we began our journey from Inverness. We, for your information, comprise of myself, Sam, Martin and Jake. Two of my very best friends who happen to also be from Skye. Jake is a tall, slim and handsome man of Spanish descent. Kind of. That the ladies and gentlemen swoon after. That'll be £40, Jake. His smile is as infectious as his chat. It's hard to believe that a small, isolated island produced this total knockout of a man. Martin, of course, is an equally handsome man. I have to say that, don't I? He perfectly embodies the islander. A man of fewer words, generous, with a heart of pure gold. And an amazing ability to listen and observe. He is effortlessly charming in his genteel nature. So 3 boys being boys, on a week-long adventure. What could possibly go wrong? Leaving Inverness, a pretty little city complete with its own impressive waterways and castle. We head northwest towards the depths of the Highlands. First we cross the Keswick Bridge, making our way past Muir-Avord, and then turning off west towards Garve on the A835. Immediately we plunged into deep, lush forest. The road winding and roller coastering through the evergreen trees. The roads are still fairly busy at this stage. The route being a main connection to Skye. After half an hour or so, we turn off onto the A832 and the scenery totally changes. In place of the dense trees, the landscape opens out into vast rolling bogs and young sapling plantations. The roads straight and highway-like by comparison, but naturally still fairly narrow. In the winter time, the higher altitude plunges these parts under snow. the red deer standing out like beacons against the white canvas. But even today there are dozens not so far from the roadside. Totally iconic, we think. Perfectly fit for the front of a tin of shortbread. As locals, we know the consequences of encountering these wee beasts in a car all too well. I think we've all had at least one run-in with them, as they tend to stay close to the roads at night. But in the daylight, we admire these majestic animals in these gorgeous settings. Dinner, Jake pipes up from the back seat. We all nod gently and agree that venison would be great for dinner, and that should he feel keen enough, he can fetch one if he wants to. But we also bring to his attention that he should know that it'll have to share the back seat with him. At which point he retracts his statement, and we carry on. As the road continues, we pass little lochs and the small, quaint villages of Achanalt, Achnasheen and Achnashellach. A lot of achs, I know. The green and brown bogs turn to golden bracken and shimmering purple heather. The road winding and weaving west, finally arriving at the village of Loch Carron. We are now deep in West Territories, and here we find an unoccupied field down by the water's edge, and set up our tents for the night. The steep glen on the far side of the loch, imposing in the evening light. Thankfully the rain has subsided a little. So we gather round a fire and roast potatoes instead of venison. I was sitting down by the water, cooking up a flame-grilled storm, when the first sleepyhead popped out of their tent. "Morning," I said cheerily to Jake. The returning grumpy glance told me all about the quality of his sleep. Martin followed shortly after, similar expression on his tired face. Throughout the night, barking and rutting red deer had been entertainment. As well as the usual 4 a.m. dawn chorus of a billion birds. We wondered what they have for breakfast to create such a cacophony. Maybe a sugar-laden cereal washed down with rocket fuel coffee, perhaps. I had been preemptive of the rough camping sleeps and brought a set or two of earplugs. These were now high on the day's shopping list for both Martin and Jake. We sat by the water, ate our breakfast, packed away our life belongings, and excitedly hit the road. Today was one of our most eagerly anticipated days. Definitely one of the most famous locations in Scotland. The road to the tiny village of Applecross, Bealach na Ba, was on our agenda. And it is a sight to behold. We were excited, to say the least. Thankfully, after the wet and typically Scottish day which preceded, the sun had broken through and promised a day of fine weather. Seemingly not yet exhausted from the pre-theatre performance, the birds continued to sing wherever we went. Occasionally accompanied by the backing vocals of sheep. Soaking in the sun-drenched glens, loch views, and blue skies, we climbed north out of Loch Carron gaining altitude with every switchback and hairpin bend. The road weaved and winded its way up the hillside and stretched over the moors towards Ardarach. A little further down the road, we turned off towards Applecross at Tornapress. The main event awaited. From here the road narrowed, mostly single track with occasional passing places. And somehow the climb steepened even further, with an abundance of blind corners and crests. And then there it was, right in front of us. The Glen of Bailach Naba. Traversing the sides of the glen, the road sidled its way up and up until we reached the most dramatic series of hairpin bends. Every one of them turning a full 180 degrees back on itself. It felt like being on a roller coaster, climbing at impossibly steep angles. Peering down into the glen far below, under the shadows of Ben Van and the surrounding mountains which hung menacingly overhead. We were totally in awe. Then, reaching the top of the glen, we parked up and just stood there, totally stunned by the ribbon of tarmac below, disappearing away at the bottom of the climb. We were still processing the previous views when we were met with the next panorama. An unrestricted view across to the lush west coast islands of Raze and Skye. the sea sparkling in the foreground. It only struck us here just how high up we were. And yet again, funnily enough, the views were to die for. She's no bad, eh? We all muttered in turn, quietly amused at the understatement of the century. For the next stop, we descended down into Applecross itself, at the Applecross Inn. Here we had the most beautiful lunch of local fish and chips, sat outside on a bench by the sea. As if they were following us around everywhere we went, a couple of fairly tame roe deer were hovering by all the patrons. Perhaps they were just there for the company and the casual chat. Maybe for a cold pint, but very likely just for the food. Thankfully, for the sake of everyone's conscience, venison was not on the menu that day. We relaxed here, blissfully unaware of time, bathing in the sunlight with the sounds of the lapping shoreline for company. Our overnight stay was still a few hours away, so we set off around the coast of the Applecross Peninsula. A simple, battered, winding, single-track road. It was not a comfortable ride, but surprise, surprise, the views were incredible. As if on the edge of the world, the road stayed high, overlooking the sea and the islands below. spectrum of colours was ethereal, deep teals of the water, the tantalising richness of the heathers, bracken and grasses lining the hillside. And, of course, the grandeur of the distant Hebridean islands. We admired in silence the sheer beauty of what we were witnessing. Rolling ever so gently along the road towards the sunset. Wishing it would never end.
Next in our series we have another fun editing one. Now I wanted to put this one in because I took it to a new level with, I guess, messing around with sound. This one is, of course, the Emerald Dragon, and I'm not going to give away what I did because I don't want you to picture anything apart from what you hear and what you picture in your mind when you hear the sounds in this. But this was the much requested first dip into writing a story about dragons, which is something I was very keen to do myself anyway. I was just waiting for the right time and the right place in which to kind of place this story. So another one set sort of in a fictional place, but ultimately around Skye in my mind, in the world where wizards and witches and Harry Potter type things do sort of coexist also. But this one, for the sounds of the dragon breathing, it was a lot of fun to make. That's all I'm going to say. It might be me making the sound, that's all I'm going to tell you. Because, or it might not be, it might be a real dragon, or a dog, I don't know. Picture whatever you need. This one was another fun editing one, and a story that I was actually very proud of as well. I've avoided putting in a best writing part because it's in dribs and drabs what I feel was good writing here and there. But this is probably one of them also. But this is another fun editing one. This is the Emerald Dragon. Your foot slipped on a loose rock, sending the stricken granite careering down the slope behind you. A backward glance showed its aimless trajectory. gathering speed until it disappeared from view, vanishing into the gloom. Facing back uphill, rain lashing your face and cloak. Through gritted teeth you pushed on. Forcing each leg to pick you up and carry you. Giant, tall columns of rock stand guarding the Trottenish cliffs. Each oversized stalagmite rising high, looking down upon you like a soldier guarding their kingdom. They create a place known as the Sanctuary, a collection of old geographical wonders, once living beings, now part of the landscape. And in this sanctuary lies the most famous being of all, the Old Man of Store, the tallest rock giant of them all. Frozen in time, a curse placed upon him long ago. His shape remains as part of this land. The giant's finger reaching high up into the sky. The cliffs themselves, taller still, reach high to the clouds, blurring the line between earth and sky. Such a big black wall, impossibly steep. It appears as though it's leaning over, defying gravity completely. Running vertically down the face, deep gouges disappear inside the cliffs, far into the mountain. They consume all light. Deep black holes vanishing into the center of the earth. A shiver runs down your spine. Maybe It's just the cold. The next 10 minutes drag on, each foot relentlessly plodding uphill, one after the other. You must be close now. Around you, rocks run with heavy rainwater. Gusts of wind occasionally chucking up spray. The cliffs are nearly directly over your head. They feel intimidating, like you're sinking into their shadow. Up at one of their corners, high in the sky, you spy the faded outline of a moon, brief behind the clouds, but then it is gone again. The rain remaining unbroken. Pausing, 1 foot aloft on a convenient boulder. You look out over your surroundings, searching, blinking the water out of your eyes. The base of the cliffs are so jaggy and full of divots, all imitating caves. But then you see something. You think. Squinting into the distance, something changed briefly. A flash of colour, a green-blue hue. Maybe, perhaps. You aren't too sure, yet it was enough. Again, you made haste, hopping between rocky paths and grassy tufts, as you traversed the contours of this magical land. You feel a little excitement now. Finally some promise of finding what you'd read about for all these years. Ever since you were a child, you'd been fascinated by mystical creatures. Books had been read to you. Stories had been passed down. Full of fairy tales of flying creatures, breathing fire. Good and evil. They had been all you'd dreamed of for a long time. Then in your later years, you'd found time and energy to research what tales you'd heard. And you'd taken it upon yourself to begin your journey in pursuit of these wonderful, elusive animals. Determined to prove to yourself they were more than just a myth. More than merely a legend confined to fictional novels and children's stories. And so you were here, high in the mountains of Scotland, a place where a number of accounts had pointed to a fairly unexplored area. Somewhere which might be home to this magical creature. This magical creature was the Emerald Dragon. Named so because it is said to only have one eye, the other replaced with a glistening green jewel. Stepping across the final few boulders, hopping gaps like a mountain goat, careful not to slip or make a noise. You closed in on where you thought you saw this colour. It was like a glow, very faint, but the more you thought about it, the more you were convinced you saw it. Greeny, an emerald-like hue. Creeping around a jutting brace of rock, you peer beyond to see past it. There it was, a cave. Subtly set back, hidden amongst the shadows of the cliff above. From a distance, it would look like just another deep cut in the rock face, appearing as a hole, but ultimately leading nowhere. This cave was tall and slim. A vast dark slit coming to a point at the top. You could see nothing down it at all, but it was clear it went a long way in. Excited now, barely containing yourself, you deliberated your options. If this is where the dragon lived, would it be friendly? Or would it be dangerous? You were willing to take the risks of the unknown to see this magnificent beast. Ducking out of the rain and into the mouth of the cave, you automatically made your decision. It was now or never. You'd come this far. You would not turn back. It was dark. You needed some light to see. with you, you'd brought a book of matches. And so reaching into your jacket pocket, praying to yourself that they'd be dry, you pulled them out and struck one against the rough side, igniting it in an instant. The cave illuminated. Shadows of stalactites dancing on every wall. Despite the low glow of the match, your eyes still needed to adjust to the gloom. You started to walk, minding your step. You moved quickly and as far as possible before the match burnt out. It did, and so you lit another, and another, as you ventured further into the cave. Your heart beating with anticipation, eagerness, and excitement. Up ahead, something glowed again. It was for definite this time. And it was absolutely colourful. Like a soft, leafy green haze. And then it went away again, as if blinking. You quickened your pace, impatient to see whatever it was emitting this beautiful colour. Sidestepping rocks everywhere, negotiating puddles underfoot. You zipped and ducked through the narrowing cave. Where was it? Could you see it yet? Just a little further. The cave started to widen, open out, broaden. And then, just as your match blew out, before your very eyes lay something which took your breath completely away. You couldn't believe it. Your eyes widened, a grin of joy spreading across your face. There it was, beneath a ray of light coming from somewhere high in the cave. Curled up and sleeping across a huge, expansive, spherical cave buried deep in the mountains was a dragon. It was real. The stories were true. It was difficult to tell its size. But it looked as though it would rival a double-decker bus. Covered in thick scales of armour. Its body was a deep Prussian blue. Its wings were tucked and folded to its sides, and its head lay nestled inside somewhere hidden. Its belly rose and fell quietly. The beast barely making a sound. But it was not silent. A deep, thundering rumble came from within the dragon. Like a snore, but so dark and bassy it could be felt more than heard. You crouched there, dumbstruck behind a rock. Still unable to comprehend what it was you were witnessing. A real dragon. But was it the one you'd heard about? Was this, in fact, the Emerald Dragon? A sound interrupted your thoughts. And then a movement. The dragon began to shift slowly. You froze, daring not to move a muscle of your own. A huge tail appeared from nowhere, uncurling and rising into the air. Pointed tip, looking menacing, yet elegant. Then you saw a head. Drawing itself out of its curl, it grumbled deeply, as if disgruntled at a disturbed snooze. It had a blunted snout, not aggressive looking at all. But little spines ran up the bridge of its nose to its forehead and eyes. The eyes, they were still shut. More grumbles, deep belly roars. The dragon was waking up. Should you move or stay put? You weren't sure. Did you even have time now? Before you could even make a decision, the dragon opened its eyes, and something magical happened. Crouched behind your rock, unable to release your gaze from the dragon, you were suddenly bathed in emerald light. The next story in our lineup takes us all the way back to the very beginning, one of the very early ones, and this is the first time I mention Skye. Maybe not a big deal to anybody else apart from me, but again, this is when ideas were really young and I was throwing concepts around all over the place trying to figure out exactly what I wanted to make as well as what I thought and felt that you would enjoy. So this was a breezy night view on Skye. A simple story that takes us up onto the hill behind the house in which I used to live. All I could picture was a relatively full moon and the light of it reflecting off the sea, which was a very common view to me, especially up on the hill because I did often go on late night walks up into the fields where you basically had all the light you could need because of the moon. So that's the setting of this one. So a nice little short and simple story from the early days. The first time I mentioned Skye, this is a breezy night view on Skye. Hope you enjoy.
Perching on a mossy bank, looking out to sea, you remark at the sheer beauty of your view. The sound of slate, a channel of water nestled between the Isle of Skye and the mainland of Scotland, sat at the heart of the Western Isles. It is late at night, and you felt an urge to go out for a walk into the cool night air. 30 minutes it took you to climb to where you now sit, leaving the house by the shore, aiming for a series of gated fields, which you know lead you high up the hill. You waded through long tussocks of grass and ferns, giving the sheep some space so as not to startle them from their sleep. And on to the next field, and the next. Then you climbed higher, breaking the boundary of the ancient woods. Tractor and quad tracks carved deep into the muddy earth, snaking their way through the trees. Emerging from the darkness of the trees, the landscape opens up again as you head higher and higher in altitude. The moon is a shade under full, so the nightscape is awash with pale, luminous moonlight. Everything a shade of inky blue or cold black. To some, being here may be haunting. To others, deeply calming and relaxing. To be on an isolated hill in the Highlands, in the middle of the night, distant calling of owls, the wind in the trees, dark silhouettes of bushes, shrubs, and trees flat against a monotone canvas of hills and night sky. But you are calm. You know these lands. You are familiar with the way the terrain moves, the way you walk over the lumps and bumps in the earth, scramble up banks, negotiate the boggy mosses, read the lay of the land, even in low light. You are comfortable. This is home. Onwards you trekked, up the hill. Eyes set on a lone tree situated alongside a large rock and grassy bank. Your favourite spot. Step after step, you get nearer to the perch for the evening. Behind it is a wall of fir trees, a uniform, vibrant, green series of lone evergreens in the daytime, a black, uniform wall of darkness in the night. Between you and the trees is a large fence to keep the deer from entering the field. Not that it tends to achieve its purpose. Deer are clever and will find access any which way they please. Often you have woken in the night to deer outside your bedroom window, innocently nibbling away at the tender garden grass. You don't mind their presence. You are just pleased they find comfort in your home. Having reached your spot, you patted the grass with your hand to see how dry or wet it was. Slightly damp. It'll do. You took your position, legs resting on the gentle slope of the bank. And here you gaze, outwardly at the breathtaking view before you. The moonlight glistens on the choppy waters of the Sound, picking out every imperfection on its surface. In the distance, the handful of dim streetlights identify the village of Mallaig on the mainland, the point at which you would ferry to Skye. Scanning your horizon from left to right, just a few other lights dot the landscape. Isolated houses, nestled in remote glens, inaccessible by road. In this part of the world, some elements of ancient lifestyles live on. The moonlight shines across the fascias of the mainland mountains, highlighting the detail in their slopes, casting great shadows across certain sections. The prevailing wind, although not freezing, is strong, and it relentlessly blows clouds from southeast to northwest, sending scattered dark blotches across the land and sea, occasionally casting you into shadow. The wind cuts through the trees behind you, creating a steady hiss and hum that sometimes rises and falls with the velocity of the air. You close your eyes and lie back on the grass, allowing your body to relax and rest. You focus on the rush of the wind, attempting to pick out every nuance of sound, searching for the tiniest details in the drone. You slow down your breathing, concentrating on settling your heart rate after the climb. You note how sharp your hearing has become with your eyes closed. Every small sound has direction, volume, magnitude, tone. Your ears have become your eyes, painting a picture of your surroundings, unique to their own. Slower and slower, your heart beats, approaching total resting rate. take a deep breath in and hold it momentarily before slowly releasing it, letting go of any tension you hold. You repeat this. You take another deep breath in and hold it momentarily before slowly releasing. Letting go of any tension you hold. With your eyes still closed, you recall the view out to sea and all of its details. The moonlight glistening on the choppy waters of the sound, picking out every imperfection on its surface. The moonlight shining across the fascias of the mainland mountains. Highlighting the detail in their slopes, casting great shadows across certain sections. This is home.
Now, next up, one I'm sure you will all know, because this is the first big success, and it remains to be the most viewed video and story that I've created so far. So thank you so much. This was definitely the one that caught the algorithm the best so far, and hopefully one of many to come. This was around the middle of the year, June or July, I can't quite remember. But the Fairy Tale Castle. This was a story based around you as a subject, but you travel into Ellendon Castle. That was the castle in my mind. Again, one near Skye, one that I've mentioned a couple of times because it's such a perfect castle. A fairy tale castle, if you will. And you travel all the way through the building and the foyer and up through the corridors, out into one of the main bedrooms with a fireplace and the waves crashing. It's a lovely story. I really did enjoy writing this one. But there's a little secret hiding in the bedroom, all asleep, which you won't know until the very end. But I'm so pleased this one was so successful because it provided a good basis from which to write as well. So this is the first big success story. It's the Fairy Tale Castle.
Before you stands the most incredible fortress of solid granite, lime and sandstone. Every buttress, tower and keep rising imposingly out of the sea. The small arrow slits squeezed into the walls, a subtle reminder of why this defensive church of stone is here. A place fit for princesses, kings and queens. A place steeped in fairy tale romanticism. A place where Scottish myth and legend clash with reality. Creating an aura so romantic and magical, you swear you can feel it in every breath of air you take. You want to go inside. You cannot resist. In between you and the castle is a narrow Gothic bridge, spanning the ocean gap to the island on which this particular castle sits. The three archways underneath this stone and cobble causeway retain their secrets, plunging into darkness not far beyond their entrances. A faint glow of blues, greens and pinks seems to come and go, like a magical presence. Convince yourself you can see little flits of movement too. Small trails of light zipping to and from the darkness. Maybe it's just the trick of the light. Maybe it's not. But you know that whatever it is, it's not here to harm or frighten you. It's here to help you, to guide you. You can feel it. Across the bridge, in the grey stony courtyard, in front of the gatehouse, you sense this colourful, dusty glow.
always out of direct sight. You follow its movement in the direction of the enormous main doors to the castle. You follow. Each step closer you take, you feel the excitement build inside you. You sense something wonderful awaits inside. One of the main doors is ajar, 20 feet of the densest ancient oak towers above your head. Each of these doors must weigh well over a ton. The cast brass knockers, braces and fittings adding to their heft. Through the door you slide into the entrance hallway. You are met with the most beautifully candle-lit and elegant foyer that you've ever seen in your life. On every wall, dozens of weeping wax candles burn and flicker, casting dancing shadows all over the stonework. A huge cast iron chandelier hangs defiantly from the ceiling. It too laced with dripping wax and flames. Large tapestries hang from the walls, all variations of clan tartans, crests, and proud portraits of previous generations of royals and rulers. That seem to come to life in the flickering candlelight. You listen carefully. Is it your imagination? Maybe it's what you can see in front of you, but you feel as though you can hear drums and the patriotic war cry of bagpipes. But it seems to fade. You're not even sure if it was there at all. Directly ahead, a grand old marble staircase
rises from the middle of the floor, splitting at the top, heading both left and right. The little dusty glow catches your eye again at the top of the stairs, seeming to disappear down the left corridor. Taking the hint, you follow curiously, climbing the steps. The corridor is mostly dark, with only periodic torches lighting the way. But it is warm, belying the cold appearance of the stone walls. Further still down the corridor you walk. The glow at the far end of the corridor now seeming more of a purple colour. You follow still, glancing through the doorways of each room you pass. A pantry stocked with food. A storage room with spare bedding and furniture. A stunningly furnished bathroom, wrought with gold and silver, and trimmed with the finest porcelain. A small bedroom containing 2 or 3 single beds, probably for children. And then the door at the end of the corridor, where the fairy-like glow awaits you. Palming the heavy door open, you walk through and cannot believe your eyes. Before you is the most magnificent bedroom, fit for the Queen. enormous four-poster bed is complemented by floor-to-ceiling French doors opening out onto a balcony. At each side of the doors hang purple and gold-laced curtains falling all the way to the floor. The walls of the room are clad in marble everything. The floorboards are polished mahogany, and the expensive furniture is littering the room. A gorgeously intricate dressing table with a large oval mirror complements an expensive-looking chaise longue. And just to complete the picture, a healthy open fire burns happily in the corner of the room. The bed looks so inviting and so warm. Before you know it, you are beneath the covers, which lie heavily on your body. Feeling the heat penetrate, your eyes get heavier and heavier. The sound of the fire lulling you into a peaceful sleep. Out of the corner of your eye, you see the little purple glow on top of the dresser. But now you think you can see something different. On a pincushion lies a little fairy, curled up asleep.
next story in our series is one that I've called the underrated one. Now that sounds better, not at all. All it is one that I feel was probably some of my best effort with regards to the story writing and the production especially. And again, I won't give away necessarily what's in this story, but there were a few brand new elements that took a lot of creation energy, and it's very obvious what they are. But it's one that didn't necessarily pick up much of an audience and has remained quite low views, so that's absolutely fine. There has to be some, and I quite like ones that do, because I can do things like this. It's sort of the one that just completely missed the mark as regards to either appearing on people's feeds or whatnot. Either way, this is, yes, the underrated one, the one that I feel was quite a lot of effort in, and one that I really, really enjoyed making, one that I hoped would be a real smash hit, but it wasn't to be. This is A Giant's Prophecy. I really hope you enjoy this. Keeping pace was proving as difficult as you initially supposed. You were tiny in comparison, legs barely a tenth the size of the giants. Whirring away across the uneven terrain in a feeble attempt to keep the giant in your sight. How was it possible for such an enormous being to disappear from view? A good question. One which you'd asked yourself initially, yet soon discovered the answer as you entered a place known as the Kerrang. A sea of tall rock towers, pushed from the earth through tectonic plates colliding and volcanic activity. Or so science had told you. Until you witnessed two enormous giants, built from the Earth's elements, collide in ferocious battle right before your very eyes. Before then, everyone had heard tales of these granite turrets having formed from giants being frozen in time, turned to stone by their enemies. But most people believed these to be the work of fiction and folklore, as had been traditionally told for centuries. Myth, legend, and stories passed down from ancestors told of these creatures. And a few folk in recent years had claimed to see these pillars of rock move before them. But no one would believe these stories. Civilization was caught between interesting times. The past, a place where ancient stories, tales of powerful gods, and mythical creatures were at the very foundations of everything you knew. Colliding with the dawn of a scientific age, full of discoveries and new findings. But this was the thing. Now, no one really knew. The people were divided. Torn between what they were being taught and schooled in as scientific fact, and what had been passed down, and what they were now hearing, and in some cases, seeing. And where is it you place yourself in all this? It felt strange to maintain that your footing was firmly in the middle ground, despite your present circumstances. But you felt a broad mind was a wise one, and to sway too far either side often instills ill-sourced beliefs, principles, and emotions. Until you fully understood, if that was even a possibility. You wanted to keep your mind as open as could be. Does anyone ever truly understand something, though? Or do they just get impatient and pick a principle out of ease, desperate to feel a sense of belonging, to justify their fickle emotions through one choice or another? You could sense dark times ahead. What was just fiction was now becoming a reality. These giants, among other creatures, may be otherworldly, but human beings could be volatile, angry, and irrational. It wouldn't take much persuasion to fuel a fire of misunderstanding and revolt. They would crush anything which threatened their worlds as they knew it. Yes, there were definitely dark times ahead. You could feel it. There was something about the way the giant moved after it defeated its counterpart that was stirring. Like there was a story to be told. As if it was protecting something more than itself. Like it was human. You desired to find out for your own. The rain fell heavily still, thrashing against your pelt clothing with a sound more akin to hail. Wind still stirred the heathers, but in the sporadic shelter of the Kerrang, it was less intense. Beyond these pillars of stone, great tall cliffs loomed even higher, as imposing as a castle wall secondary to a moat. If venturing through these parts wasn't unfamiliar enough, so did a low cloud close in, brushing the cliff tops and pouring over their sheer edges, stirring at your level. Eyes straining against all the elements, you hunted for the giant in the distance, desperate to see something, anything. And then, over to the east, a small gap in the fog gave way. And in the bow of a scree slope, you saw the giant scrambling up the near side face, creating a vast, bulbous silhouette once it reached the top. And then it disappeared again, over the far side. Without hesitation, you hurried in its direction, skipping over boulders, trying to keep your grip as best you could. So difficult with sodden boots. Your path narrowed to scarcely more than a foot. Clearly carved by the hooves of sheep. Puddles splashing, mud slipping. You tore along the steep contours of the mountainside as quickly as you dared. Negotiating all manner of obstacles. Pouring rivers, cutting across the path. Great waterfalls, soaking you through with spray as you sidestepped the torrents. Landslides, falling rocks from above, gusting winds whipping around the face of the mountain like a strike from the gods. It was truly treacherous. Reaching the point at which you'd seen the giant, the wind spun up again on such an exposed channel between 2 points of elevation. A hand held up to your face to protect your eyes from the punishing rain. You could hardly stand up. You felt in danger. Eventual hypothermia would be your undoing if the ferocious elements didn't beforehand. Shelter was essential. Down below, a lone haunch of rock was the most obvious relief. And so you slid and tumbled your way down the Skye, falling beneath its cover. All fell relatively quiet. The wind no longer ripping at your ears. Breathing a sigh of exhausted relief, you closed your eyes, letting the soothing peace and quiet heal you a little. Rainwater still running down your face from your saturated hair.
Why is it you follow me?
An earthquake tore through the ground beneath you. The thundering voice seeming to boom from every direction. Such a fright is it you receive. You leapt up and spun around in all directions. Where did it come from? Who's there? You cried. Show yourself. There was no response at first. Nothing moved, and nothing spoke. Show yourself, you demanded a second time. I mean no harm at all. Your words felt weak in this land by comparison. A moment or two passed before the very haunch of rock you'd taken shelter beneath shifted slightly and unfurled, revealing the towering mass of the giant. It stood up straight, blossoming like a grey flower, doubling in size in mere moments. You stood back, stunned, unable to speak. Every limb, its arms, legs, neck, and head, all were plain, dense rock, devoid of any defining marks. Even its face and head appeared largely featureless.
Why is it you follow me, human?
The giant repeated itself. Attempting to find some words. You cried out above the howling wind. I witnessed you fight the other giant. I saw the whole thing. Nothing in the giant moved. It just stood there, motionless. After you defeated it, when you won, you looked sad. I felt something draw me to speak with you. And so I followed you. I must implore, I mean you no harm. Just to speak with you. The giant took a moment. Seemingly to carefully process your words. With a grunching friction of rock on rock, it then crouched and leaned itself against the hillside, resting its arms on its knees. The giant looked dejected.
What is your name, human?
You spoke it obligingly.
Well, amidst an evident curiosity, you seem to have genuine interest and concern. Not many of your kind do. Not in recent centuries.
You absorbed these words with a great sense of sorrow. The giant must have been observing your kind for thousands of years. What is your name, great giant? And who was the other giant you fought? You asked rather probingly. The giant cast you a sideways glance, as if surprised you were even asking such things. But with a great, bereft sigh, the giant spoke.
My name is Magnetite. Though once upon a time, I used to be a human, just like you. I went by the name of Sir James Law. That was a long time ago now. So long, I can scarcely remember.
Encapsulated by his words, you listened intently, hanging on every rumble of his thunderous voice.
The Igneous you saw me in battle with is named Skye. He was a man once, just like me. Skye owes me a great debt. As he has caused countless beings an eternity of pain and suffering. He is an evil creature. He will return. We have been at war for thousands of years. But in the years and months of late, he has returned to the surface more frequently. It is not a good sign.
Just like you thought, as the giants had been seen on numerous occasions by your people. But magnetite, why? Why has Scarn been returning? You cried over the howl of the gales. Another glance, and another great booming sigh resonated through the ground beneath your feet. You swallowed nervously.
Little human, there is something I must tell you. As I have not yet met any of your kind that would listen. A message I carry from the gods of the earth's core.
What is it, magnetite? What is it? You must tell me. The great giant leaned in towards you intently, so as not to be battling with the wind.
There are dark times ahead. The worlds are beginning to collide. Humans are growing more curious. more angry, more divisive, and more volatile. My kind and all the other beings of this world see this. And I am fearful, young human.
Fearful of what? You pushed. Eyes wide. Breath held.
I fear a great war is coming.
Next in the best of the year is one that I've called the OG's favourite. Now that is, of course, the original gangster's favourite. One that's just a true staple across the boards, and so many of you have commented and said that this is just another go-to for you, which is wonderful because that's exactly what I wanted it to be. This is a real crowd pleaser. The sound of the waves, half meditative, half in the present, but also a story of sorts along the way. Beautifully simple, there's nothing complicated about this story whatsoever. It is literally just you and the waves, hence the title of this piece. And it gets another fairly early one, but it's been very well viewed, very well listened to, and one that I know there are a couple of you out there that just constantly go back to this. So please enjoy this one. This is Just You and the Waves.
It is just you and the open beach. For mile after mile, the pebbly, sandy runway stretches onwards and onwards, arcing around the coastline like a fortress. On this grey, moody day, somewhere on coastal Moray, a gentle storm brews overhead. Yet the wind does not intrude. You are at the eye of the storm, the waves hissing and crashing elegantly on the parallel shore. As each wave comes in from the sea, carried by the steady wind, it grows its height and shortens its reach, compressing into a peak of leaning potential energy before falling over itself and breaking on the sandy troughs carved by the turbulent water. Then 10 seconds later, another follows in its wake, and another, and another, like clockwork, relentless, consistent, like the swinging of a pendulum. You walk along the seafront, the elements coming at you from the east, caressing your face. The rich, salty sea spray which fills the air is heavy in your lungs. It feels like it has consistency. It feels wonderful, like you are carving your way through it as you walk on. Of course, it is invigorating, as any fresh air is. But there is something about being by the sea which has even more of a life-altering power about it than fresh air from inland. The sea is alive. It moves. It breathes. It has rhythm. It is a representation of nature's forces right there in front of you. It has smell. It has taste. It has texture. It has life. The churning waters to your right send overwhelming security coursing through your body. As you step one foot in front of the other, your mind is only on the sea. It is the only constant here. Only it matters, nothing else. You are focused entirely on the rhythmical coming and going of the waves. You are humbled by its presence, reminded that we are mere passengers in nature's world. You think to yourself, I must not worry about what I cannot control, as the waves will approach and retreat regardless. The tides will come in and fall away. What I must do is respect and appreciate what you experience and encounter, and give all of my energy to what I can control, and waste none on what I can't. With this thought, you consciously breathe deeply, filling your lungs with the mineral-rich coastal air. Drawing deep lungfuls of air in through your nose, you savour the feeling of oxygen filling your body, invigorating it and awakening your senses. Your touch, smell, taste, hearing, sight, each one empowered to perform just that little bit better. Steadily, with control, you exhale through your lips, letting your heart rate drop, feeling a deep relaxation take place of the energized sensation. Again, you draw a deep lungful of air in through your nose. You savour the feeling of oxygen filling your body, invigorating and awakening your senses. Your touch, smell, taste, hearing, and your sight. Each one empowered just that little bit more. Steadily, with control, you exhale through your lips, letting your heart rate drop and feeling a deep relaxation take place of the energizing sensation. As you walk, you become acutely aware of something heavy in your pocket. Reaching down, feeling the outside of it, you palm the object. Then, moving to the side, you feel another and another. Reaching into your pockets, your fingers make contact with a cold, hard, rounded and rough object. Clasping it in your hand, you draw it out of your pocket and hold it out in front of you. A sea-beaten stone. You came out of this walk with no burdens at all. This walk was for you to clear your head of anything you didn't need. No bag, no heavy clothing, nothing. This rock is weighing you down. With a small smile to yourself, you pull back your arm and cast the stone high into the air towards the sea, letting the object return to the waters from which it was forged. It disappears from your view, the weight now less in your pocket. As with the first, you reach again into your pocket and pull out another stone. Looking at it, feeling it between your fingers, sensing the slightly different shape compared to the last. You take note of how this stone differs to the previous one. With that final thought, again you throw the stone into the sea with all your might, watching it vanish into the waves. You keep doing this over and over again, feeling the weight lessen on your body. Feeling your pace quicken as your burdens are released. You didn't need to be carrying those stones with you. You knew they were there. You put them in your pocket, after all. But you forgot about them until you noticed them weighing you down. You didn't need to be carrying those stones with you. You made the choice to let them go, to join the rest of the rocks, stones, and boulders in the sea. This you could control. They may still be there in the sea, but they are no longer weighing you down. Onwards and onwards you walk, down the coastline. The loose pebbles and sand shifting from beneath your feet. You move quicker now, gaining pace, feeling the new spring in your step as you are cheered on by the crashing waves. The wind blows your hair, the spray moist on your cheeks. As you step, one foot in front of the other, your mind is only on the sea. It is the only constant here. Only it matters. Nothing else. You are focused entirely on the rhythmical coming and going of the waves. You are humbled by its presence, reminded that we are mere passengers in nature's world. You are focused entirely on the rhythmical coming and going of the waves.
Well then, here we go. The next story in our best of is one that I've called Another Wee Success. Now I think this was a little kind of backlash from the Fairy Tale Castle story when it got successful and was viewed plenty, because I think the title literally helped. The Fairy Pools. Now this split opinions when it came out because some people just couldn't enjoy it, which is totally fair enough. I completely understand it. Upon reflection, I would have edited it differently, but some of the additional sound effects were a bit obtrusive. Just pop them to the back of your mind, because the story itself was, something that I really enjoyed writing, based around the fairy pools on the Isle of Skye, a very popular place to visit, with good reason. It's absolutely beautiful, especially on a sunny day, with all the mountains around you, literally like a corrie, almost like a fishbowl, with you right in the middle. This story takes you wandering up the waters and into some of the darker caves that aren't so often explored. Again, people love this story, which means so much to me, so thank you very much. This one is Another Wee Success, and it's The Fairy Pools.
The only thing you have for company is the sound of tinkling water echoing off the surrounding gorge wall. Where you sit, there is very little light. Just the gaps in the rocky ceiling above you. What little light manages to enter this cave-like place has to twist and turn around jutting rocks, stalagmites, and huge limestone overhangs. This incredible place has you completely bewitched. Away from the crowds of the main waterfalls, you have wandered upstream of the fairy pools on the Isle of Skye. Getting your feet wet, you scrambled up the heather-lined gorge, negotiating boulders and rocks beneath the waterline. Every step you took, you could hear the crowds quieting more and more. You knew you were going in the right direction. Deeper and deeper you went, the gorge walls climbing higher, the rocks beneath your hands getting wetter as the earth dripped down from above. Small little mineral stalagmites started to form above your head. Representing the limestone that's rife in this area of the Coolin Mountains. The water deepened, coming up to your ankles. You had to be very careful where you stepped, as it was becoming harder and harder to see as the rocks above closed in overhead. The bushes and grasses hanging above began to fade, losing line of sight to the cave. this point, you considered turning back. You could hardly feel or see your way. Your senses were being tested. But then you saw a little something in the distance. A bit more light seemed to creep from around the next corner. Taking a few more tentative steps, seeing with your ears and hands as much as your eyes. You rounded the next bend in the stream. At the far side of the cave lay a big flat stone, placed almost impossibly in the middle of a small sandy bank just to the side of the water. Almost too perfectly, a small gap in the rocks above let in a single beam of natural light. The light easily picked out all of the tiny particles of water vapour in the air. Causing the light to come to life. To almost have its own physical presence. Wading over, you locked eyes on the stone, letting it lure you in. Then, reaching the sandy bank, you felt the texture ease underfoot as you stepped ashore, letting the water run out of your shoes. You paused and listened. Pure silence. Pure silence in between the deafening drip, drip, drip of water droplets and the running water below. The gorge walls acted like a megaphone, echoing every last sound wave in every direction. Yet you could tell that between the noise was total, natural silence. Stepping over to the stone, you took a seat and drew in a big, deep breath. The air smelled earthy and moist, like you were in a living and breathing room. It nearly felt oppressive, like a thick, dense atmosphere. Yet rather than the heat, smog, or fumes of a city, it was the coolest, purest, and richest air possible. Equally heavy, but in completely differing respects. Looking up, you saw the filtered water from above creeping down the sides of the cave walls. Goodness only knows how many layers of peat and porous rock the water must have travelled through. Glancing down at the stream, the water looked like glacial melt. Totally pure. Stooping down, you offered the stream your cupped hand and scooped some water into your mouth. The icy cold temperature shocked your system. But the taste was incredible. It tasted of nearly nothing, but in the most wonderful way. It was just the small hint of natural minerals that gave away its origins. You leant back against the cave wall, closing your eyes, just listening. You let every little sound into your head, every last detail of every drip and echo. It was a beautiful, magical sound. You imagined little fairies flying around in these caves. Silently. Unbeknown to everyone just a few minutes downstream.
The next story we have in our lineup is a fairly recent one. This is one of the very first adventures with Sam, something that I'd been wanting to try for quite a long time, which was live story recordings. Now, I won't bore you with the complications of basically doing this sort of story, but there's a lot of equipment involved to try and make it as listenable for you as possible. It's not necessarily as simple as just strapping a microphone to my face and walking around in the wild weather. There's a lot of technical things which need to be considered, such as, literal wind buffeting, footsteps moving, climbing. There's and the variation of your elements around you. It's all very well trying to speak softly and smoothly constantly, but when you are battling varying noise levels, it was a big challenge, and a challenge that I was really excited to try and kind of tackle, and I love this, and I'm so pleased you loved it as well. This was the first one I did, and to me I still believe it's my favourite personally, where we took a wander around the cliffs of Dumfries, out at a place called Castle Point, and we went on a good half an hour, if not 40-minute stroll all the way along the coastline, and it's all in real time. I maybe walked around 1.5 miles with you, but the time just flew by, and it was such a wonderful experience. So this is titled my first and favourite adventure with Sam, which is called Castle Cliffs and Wild Waves. I really hope you enjoy this. I really like this one myself. Welcome to Snooze with Sam. And for a special experiment, I guess would be the right word, of adventures with Sam. And I guess it's kind of as a thank you to everyone who supported the channel and me personally over the last 12 months, nearly 12 months. We're not quite at the year mark yet, but we're getting there. So thank you very much for 3,000 subscribers. Again, I'm not one to fixate on numbers, but ultimately it does make a huge difference to the longevity of things like this, and people that are in the same position as me, who've made a choice to create things that they love creating, and hope that people enjoy it enough that they listen, which you do. So again, especially to patrons, thank you all. It really means the world. Now, you join me on the south coast of Dumfries, at a place called Castle Point. And I'd like to take you on a little adventure. So, we're currently standing up high on a cliff. The waves crashing on the rocks, 100 feet below us. The cliffs really are incredible here. Just vast big rolling fields, divided with the most pristine, untouched dry stone walls. And on top of the fields, great gorse bushes just flood the surface. And thankfully so many of them are still in bloom. The most beautiful little yellow flowers. Kind of looks like gold dust from here where we're standing. Apart from really sweet, ripe roses, which do smell otherworldly, like you could eat them purely based on smell, gorse flower is definitely my favourite. If you've never smelt it before, it's kind of like a blend of honey and milk and coconut. It's incredible. So here on the Solway coast, in the south of Dumfries, which is a fairly under-visited place, today is an overcast day with a fair wind, which we'll probably end up in shortly as we make our way home. We're currently in shelter just behind the hill, and as we climb up onto the top of it, we'll definitely get the breeze around our ears. But from where we are now, we've got such an incredible vantage point down the coast. The sheer cliffs are something. Just the most perfect slabs of rutted, lichen-clad granite. And below them, just on the coastline itself, you can see where the sea has eroded huge boulders that have come to lay on the earth below. They act as natural wind and wave breaks for the coast. The hiss and the crashing of the waves that we're looking down on now with each big swell of current. They race towards the coast and lose all their momentum on the rocks, sending spray in all directions on such a windy day like today. The water's really murky, but it's befitting to the moody sky. It's kind of brown and sandy, but there's turbulent waters around here. Further up the coast, the sea foam's much more prominent, where the waves are churning around even more in the rocks. You can see out to sea for miles and miles around, as far as the eye can see, literally. And the horizon is just endless. It's difficult to know where the sky meets the sea because it's all the same shade of grey. But at least it's not raining, eh? I think it's time that we take a little walk. So let's just mind our feet. We're on a steep slope just now in the shelter. So we're going to stride through the grass and the moss, which is still damp from probably the rain last night. And we're going to go plummeting into the wind. Right up on the exposed lip of the cliff. Up here the field levels out and the coastal path traverses all the way along it, but where we stand is where the castle used to stand, hence the name. But there is no such castle now. But you can imagine just how incredible a place this would have been to have a fortification. We may be remote and isolated, but we're not perfectly devoid of the traffic in the sky. You might be able to hear a little aeroplane flying above. It sounds like a little turboprop thing, so judging by where we are, that'll definitely be connecting the Outer Hebrides to somewhere flying from the north of England, no doubt. So up here on the cliff edge at Castle Point, there's a monumental stone. And on it there's a compass, engraved on a big slab of marble. It gives north, south, east and west. And on the compass it points to landmarks in each direction. Castle Point, site of ancient fort and settlement, dating from circa 400 BC, occupied for nearly 2,000 years. It's quite amazing that it's probably one of only a few places that no longer have even a ruin. So many of Scotland and the UK's castles are still standing. in its own way that actually makes it quite unique. I love views like this. All you can see now is just grass underfoot, and then it just ends and drops away. And then beyond that is just endless stormy sea. A few lone seabirds flying against the wind. Oyster catchers going up the coast. Likely returning back to their homes from an afternoon of fishing, hopefully successful. But in places like this, you really could be standing on the edge of the world. It's just got that feeling about it. So as not to cause you unrest, I'll not go too close to the edge, I promise. There's a little dog just turned up. Hello. You gonna come say hi? It's a little golden Labrador, and its owner hops in. Let's go a little further along the coast. Try and get out of this wind slightly. There is a gentle path just now. Just following the lines of the field. You can actually see a lot of stones underneath their feet that probably would have been the foundations of the castle once upon a time. So let's just go downhill towards a little wooden gate so we can rejoin the coastal path. So the grass has turned to gravel. It's only really about 1.5 feet wide. Just mind your way through the little wooden gate. So at the base of Castle Point, the field just flattens out again. It's quite soft underfoot. I guess on the flatter bits it tends to be a little damper from the rain. There's no cows in here just now, but there is evidence of cows having been here, if you know what I mean. The grass is quite long, so the wind is just creating waves in it. You know, you can imagine that picture perfect wheat field with just the most wonderful breeze just flowing across it, just creating all these patterns. It's not quite as romantic as that, but in that rugged Scottish wilderness way, it still is a little bit. Oh, that's a strong wind. It's a fresh one, but I wouldn't have it any other way. You don't come to Scotland necessarily for the finest weather. That's it, we've just come downhill slightly. Lots more gorse bushes on our left. Let's go and smell some of the flower. To mind the spiky needles because it's very painful. Oh, it's the most amazing smell, that. I can never get enough of it. It's just incredible. Sweet, sweet nectar. Right, there's a lovely old weathered sign that is pointing coastal path this way. I don't tend to follow signs. I prefer just to kind of go wherever I feel like going. But I know for a fact that this down here is closer to the shore, and I'd love to listen to the sound of the waves a bit closer up, don't you? So let's drop down here just where the gorse reaches well above head height. The path is only a couple of feet wide, and there's big rocks jutting up from the earth below the feet. So if I wasn't trying to be careful enough, I'd probably slip and fall. Wouldn't be very soothing, but I'm sure you'd have a little giggle. And before long, there's a huge big puddle of mud, so let's negotiate this. Squelchy underfoot, oddly satisfying. Definitely evidence of cows coming along here. The most lovely golden bracken. It really is a sign that winter is coming, because I remember as a child up on Skye I would always raid the garden shed for any tools that I could find, just so I could go out into the fields behind the house and chop down the bracken. I found it incredibly satisfying and fun, being a child obviously, but I would pretend that they were goblins or orcs or some other kind of evil creature needing dealt with. But I would be out there for hours with Mum and Dad's rake or a pair of shears, or even a bamboo stick was a classic choice. And I would just chop and chop and chop for hours, and tell you what, the farmers thanked me for keeping their fields trimmed. They didn't need sheep up there when I was. But just when it turns to this beautiful golden brown colour, it just gives the landscape a lovely tinge. See, now thankfully the path underfoot's dried out a little. The most beautiful little bilberry bushes. Still very thorny and spiky, but kind of line the path. Things that look very similar to blueberries, but I don't think you'd want to eat them. I can tell you by now that I've probably eaten most berries I shouldn't have at once upon a time and suffered the consequences. So cannot recommend. They do give a lovely tinge of blue, and there's also rose hips here too. That are deep ruby red. Beautiful. There's a little hiss of the wind just rushing through the surrounding foliage. So peaceful. Let's carry on. Just climbing up the hill a little bit. Path closing in. Little patches of blue sky in between the clouds. So it's just one of those days that cannot figure out what it wants to be. That's okay though. Right, here we have a little metal gate, so try and open this without making too much noise. There we are. Let's carry on a little further down the path. I know we're getting closer and closer to the waves now as we drop down, traversing the edge of the coast. Ah. What have we got here? We've just happened across a 2 by 3 metre dry stone wall, and inside this dry stone wall box, I guess you'd call it, is a gravestone. Nelson's grave. In January 1791, the Anne, an Isle of Man vessel, was wrecked and lost with all hands near Castle Point. Only one body, that of Joseph Nelson of Whitehaven, was cast up the following July. He was buried where he was found, right here, and where later his widow erected this stone. Well, it's a really touching thing to happen across. Not only that, is around the gravestone itself is a border of cockle shells. Lovely white and golden colours. It's actually very common around here that the beaches are just made up with just millions and millions of cockle shells, and you could hardly find sand if you tried. It's quite phenomenal. Well, let's continue. So, path's just going downhill again. There's a little fork in it. Let's go right. The waves sound closer that direction. It's still so rocky underfoot, I've got to be so careful. Try not to trip. Not only is the gorse the only spiky thing around us, but lots of old bramble bushes are still at the side of the path, so lots of things to get your clothes snagged on. Oh wow, look at this. We're now underneath the most enormous willow tree. That's incredible. It is entirely leafless, but the number of branches and arms it's got is phenomenal. At the base of the tree, it's hundreds and hundreds of individual roots, all pulling and pushing themselves in all directions, trying to find some earth beneath the stones, really. 'Cause this is on the edge of the beach. And then from there, going up the way, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 individual trunks all going towards the sky. Such an enormous canopy overhead. I can only imagine what this would be like with leaves on it. It's being pulled and pushed in all directions as it goes up, just fighting for light against itself. Absolutely marvellous. Let's carry on along the beach. Underfoot now, it's become a lot sandier now that we've dropped down to water level, and we're just traversing the edge of a lot of these eroded boulders that have fallen down to this level from the cliffs above. These rocks, where they protrude from the ground, which is just the earth beneath us, I've always found so fascinating, because it's like slices of bread in a packet that have fallen over against each other, just kind of propped up, all cracked and gnarled, but you can still see their true shape underneath. Covered in all forms of lichen and moss, like really deep ochre yellow lichen. And then on top of that there's vibrant green, also lichens, but mosses too. It's like an oil painting. It's like a very fashionable moss. Lichens, ochres and minty greens, and pastel colours. Make an artist very proud. We're getting closer and closer to the waves now. It won't be long before we're right alongside them. So you can see where the tide line has come all the way up high here. So much seaweed and driftwood, and little twigs from when it's got really rough, and blown it in. Like a tide line. And it is most of the way up. So now let's just walk along down to the water itself, just minding our feet, hopping from rock to rock, doing our best not to fall or slip or trip. In between the big rocks there's little rock pools, these streams just bringing fresh water down from the hills to join the sea. And now the coastal wind is rushing straight off the water, right into your hair and your face. So refreshing, there's nothing like it. Just savouring every little bit of salty sea air you can get. It is genuinely the most invigorating smell and sensation, just to feel all of that salty breeze come straight at you. Ah, yes. Here we are. Oh, what a lovely walk that was. We're only just getting started with these. Let's just have a seat here on the big slate rocks all covered in seaweed. So slippery, by the way, got to be so careful. Out to sea now, we're looking across at the far headland on the other side of the coast. It's a mix of coniferous trees and deciduous. Half and half with autumnal colours, and still a lot holding on to their green. It's quite remarkable for late November that as cool and fresh as it is, it's not uncomfortably cold. Just listen to the way those waves are coming in and gently lapping. We're a bit more sheltered here than we were when we started on the coast. Up higher. So the waves aren't quite as intense. Just picture those waves. And just look up when you have a moment and notice the clouds rushing over your head. In between patches of blue sky, some move faster, the lower altitude cloud, and some appear to move slower, the ones that are a bit higher up. Just notice the detail in the waves. Just embrace everything around you. Everything we've seen. The murky water, the rugged coast, the overcast skies. True wild Scotland. Next up, we have another fan favourite. Now, this is the first Harry Potter themed story that I wrote. Now, Harry Potter is not new, is it? It's been around for a very long time, and audiobooks of the books themselves, as well as other themed stories, have proven very popular, so it's something that I was keen to put my own twist on as well, to see if it would help grow the channel. I've always been a fan of Harry Potter and its books anyway, especially when I was younger. I've drifted from it a bit these days, but it's something I've really enjoyed getting my imagination back into as a grown man. Because they're timeless, aren't they? Everyone loves them, and even if you're not necessarily a fan of wizards and magic, there's still lovely stories that feed your own imagination. So this was the very first Harry Potter one, which proved very popular and again caught a lovely audience. So this is Adventure on the Hogwarts Express, and one that also took a lot of kind of creative editing also, which was really, really fun. So yes, Adventure on the Hogwarts Express. I hope you enjoy it.
You are excited at what lies ahead. You have waited all of your life for this moment. Ever since you were small, all you have heard is people talking about that first moment you set eyes on the Hogwarts Express. Such a majestic piece of engineering. Steeped in mystery and myth. The gorgeous thick paintwork of coal black, deep crimson red, and laced with gold. Every detail of its metalwork, unapologetic about its mass, quality, and heft. At the very front, at the head of the water tank, the black and gold placard sits proudly. The Hogwarts Express. The gateway to Hogwarts School. Taking in the scene, you admire the little plumes of steam escaping from various little pipes, valves, and taps as the behemoth train sits faithfully at the platform's side. You step aboard, and the train begins to huff, chuff, and whoosh. Just like that, you start to move slowly away from the station. Glancing behind you as the platform starts to move sideways. As the train moves past the end of platform 9 3/4, the sound changes. No echo of the steel wheels on the track. The puffs and chugs of the steam engine quieten. And the Hogwarts Express settles into a gentle, rhythmical pace. Making your way along the mahogany-rich carriage corridors, passing the cosy cabins either side of you, you step into a vacant one on your left. Just before the door to the outside walkway, near the end of the carriage. There is a table with 2 benches either side, just enough space to get comfortable for the beautiful journey ahead to Hogwarts. Gazing out of the large window as the world sails by, you admire the greenery and the magical landscape. Gentle rolling hills surround you, punctuated by lush fields filled with livestock. Sheep, cows, and even pigs. After 20 minutes or so, the hills give way to a more dramatic landscape. Steep glens with jutting rocks, rich purple heather, and sheer cliff drops wade in and take their place. You follow a pair of red kites circling around 100 feet above a winding river, using thermals to regulate their altitude. They dance around each other as if in some form of ballet. Talons tucked, just using the air to travel. Seemingly without destination. As the landscape rolls by, the sun weaving in and out of fluffy clouds, you feel a little drowsy. Maybe the rhythms of the train over the tracks, the gentle, distant puffing of the steam escaping to the air, or the harsh and repetitive clacks of metal on metal, providing nothing more than another instrument to this sleepy ensemble. Just as your eyes begin to get a little heavier, you spot something in the distance, along the tracks, just out of view. The famous viaduct. A stunning series of archways, high above the ground, arcing around in one big 120-degree curve. All to carry this magical train. Yet again you have heard others speak of this gorgeous railway bridge. But to see it with your own eyes is magical. Nearer and nearer it gets as the train edges along the tracks, sweeping in gentle curves as it closes in. You start to pick out the details in the brickwork. The majority of it appearing to be hundreds of years old. The engine train reaches the bridge, suspending itself high over the glen, pulling the carriages through behind it. You are in awe. You have seen photographs, but nothing prepares you enough for seeing it in the flesh. Your carriage reaches the viaduct, and suddenly the ground drops away from beneath your window, opening out your view to the river below. In fact, the whole view changes. The sea lies as close as it has so far. At the mouth of the river, the surrounding mountains providing dark, stony drama against the glistening waters of the sea. The world seems to stand still for a second. A moment caught in time as you let it sink in, filling you with joy. As quickly as you arrived, carriage reaches the end of the viaduct, plunging you back into the lush woodland and steep glens. You settle back into your seat, reveling in what you have just seen. Letting your sleepiness wash back over you. As you listen to the Hogwarts Express puff and chuff onwards. towards its destination.
The next story in our best of the year. Now, this split people, purely because of its nature. I've called this the spooky one. Now, this was the very first, what I would call, scary story that I wrote. Again, I'm always wanting to try new things. Now, as part of the Scottish fairy tale series that I wanted to do, again, just because it seemed to sort of invigorate people's imaginations. There's a lot of fairy tales in Scotland that are of the more sinister flavour, and there's not really any avoiding that, to be honest. It's just the way of folklore, isn't it? Now, this one was based around Kelpies. Now, these are are they evil creatures, are they not? Most depictions paint them as such, water-dwelling creatures which prey on handsome young men and beautiful young women by luring them into the water. Now, I was, again, really proud of this piece of writing because, apart from it literally kind of energising myself by it being a bit scary, it forced me to write in such a way that, yes, had suspense without it being too heavy. I don't want to scare you, less. But I think it struck a balance. Obviously, some people just didn't like it at all, which is fine, because they don't like scary stuff, or slightly spooky things. But a lot of you loved it, which is awesome too. I really loved writing this, and again, at the very end of the story, there's quite a sinister downturn, but we'll leave that to you to listen to. This is the spooky one, or one of the first spooky ones, Haunting of the Kelpie. Along the still loch side, a young woman strolls. The gentle breeze, blowing her long blonde hair softly, whilst traversing the shallows. Dipping a toe in the water, she tests the temperature. A little too cold for her on this day, perhaps. Not that she has time to swim. Just a few inches above the loch, her flowing cream dress sways
and flutters in the disturbed air. A gentle mist rolls across the hills. Some of it finding its way onto the water through the pine trees which border the shore. Low-lying clouds move in and out, covering her surroundings momentarily. This makes it difficult to create distinction between the water and space. Aside from the slow lulling of small breaking waves, there is no noise to speak of. There is no sun, only a grey overcast remains. There is a chill to the air. That morning, the young woman had helped her family to tend to their horses. They had 7 of them, all strong, working horses of various breeds. Having fed them, washed them, and allowed them some space to roam for the dawning day, she returned to the stables to settle them before continuing with her chores. But there was something amiss. In the stable, she found only 6 horses. Somehow, one of them must have escaped. A white and grey Eriskay pony. She fretted, terrified of telling her family what had happened, fearing it was her fault. She quickly secured the pens and stables and set off in search of her horse. The mist thickened.
visibility reducing all the time. Now the woman couldn't see the far side of the loch at all. As a matter of fact, she was struggling to see much down the coast. Just the rough, heathery banks and shale beaches which lined the loch side. An hour had passed since leaving the farm. Scanning side to side, she called out for the missing horse, desperation getting the better of her. Her hollow voice echoed all around, finding nothing but the mist. She felt like giving up. It was hopeless in this weather. She knew the land well, but didn't want to get lost herself in the gloom. She thought about having to give her family the news of her failure. They would be so disappointed. With a trembling sigh, she turned on her heel to head back along the shore. And then she froze. She dared not breathe. Eyes wide and heart pounding, such was her fright. About 100 feet away, on the shore from which she'd come, was the misty silhouette of a horse. Tall and proud it stood, motionless, looking in her direction. She settled her nerves and took a deep breath, subduing the fright. Where did it come from? She'd heard
and seen nothing. Still, the horse remained motionless, its features a blur, colourless in the fog. Something sent a small shiver through her. Something she'd heard once as a child. She tried her best to recall. A tale, a story, a myth of creatures which roamed and haunted the seas and lochs of Scotland. These creatures were called Kelpies, malevolent beings which often took the appearance of intriguing, beautiful horses. Or lured passers-by through taking the shape of handsome young men or gorgeous, enticing women. Their only aim, to drag their victims to a watery grave and devour them. No one knows why these beings had such disdain for the human race. But stories of innocent people becoming permanently attached to a Kelpie through direct contact and being dragged to the water live on. But there are 1,000 myths. Now was not the time for her to be consumed by fairy tale. Shutting her ancient recollection out of her mind, she took a tentative step back along the shore from the direction in which she'd come, composing herself. So as not to spook the horse, she treaded carefully, slowly, not making any untoward sound.
Still, the lapping water of the loch was ever present. But now it seemed heightened, louder in her ears. Something was bothering her still. A little perspiration spiking on her neck. Still, the horse did not move. Closer and closer she got, feeling the crunch of the shale and slate stone beneath her buckled leather shoes. The mist remained heavy, blurring the features of the horse. But she was convinced it was hers. Pale and similarly sized, her Eriskay pony stood staring at her. Still, the horse did not move. She was within 20 feet now, her heart racing, beads of sweat on her brow, the air feeling colder every second that passed. With care, she reached out the back of her hand. An offering of familiarity, of friendship, of ease. The fog was now as thick as it had ever been. The ground beneath her beginning to be obscured. She peered through the gloom, straining to see her white and grey Eriskay pony, his piercing blue eyes looking back into hers. Still, the horse did not move. Perhaps he was nervous,
himself scared. She took a last step, edging closer, her hand still outstretched, inching closer and closer to his nose. Wanting to feel his hot breath on the back of her hand, a sign of friendship and companionship. Finally, the horse moved. Slowly extending its muzzle, oddly and deliberately. The young woman swallowed nervously, still feeling that something was not right. Like she was missing something. Trembling slightly, she uncurled her fingers, reached out, and placed her hand upon the horse's nose. Staring into its soulless, black eyes.
This is now our penultimate story in the list, and one that I love dearly. This is my favourite Scottish fairy tale. Now, I think the series, I can't quite remember how many there were in it, maybe 6 or 7, but this was one that, again, I really hoped would capture a good audience and some fans, and thankfully it did. It was another little boost in the way that the channel progressed. This is Nessie. Now, it's a story again that I'd wanted to write for a long time. So many things to write about in Scottish folklore, and everyone knows the Loch Ness Monster, don't they? But in my usual twist, I really wanted to have a a story wrapped around the myth itself, not just facts about Nessie, but something which would, take you off into a longer journey. So here we follow a father and a son in a little rowing boat on Loch Ness, and it may be called a Loch Ness monster, but I personally believe that they are not so monstrous as you'll find out in the story. So this is my favourite Scottish fairy tale. It's called Nessie.
Son, gonna pass me the reel. I think we're best dropping another line, don't you think? The little boy's father spoke to him from the stern of their wooden boat. He abided, reaching into the fishing tackle box, which lay to his left side, nestled in the hull. He passed the reel across, being cautious not to upset the balance of the wee dinghy on the waters of Loch Ness. Promptly, the boy's father shackled the reel to his second rod, carefully fiddled a new set of feathers and hooks to the line, attached a suitable lead weight to the end, and cast it into open water to join the first line. Perched, rock steady on the forward thwart, the boy's father stared pensively out across the water. Suitably clad in oilskin overalls, welly boots, and ochre beanie. The boy looked up to his father. He was his hero. For 10 years now, his dad had taught him everything he knew. How to hunt, how to camp, how to forage and survive in the wild. And as they were doing on this day,
how to fish. The little boat bobbed about on the open water. The pair of them in agreeable silence as they waited for a bite. An unspoken father-son habit they'd adopted. A man of few words, his dad picked them carefully, always making as little fuss or drama as he could. The boy respected him hugely. He was his world. This was mostly true, however, for there was one other companion who went everywhere with the boy. Beside him, on the centre thwart, sat his best friend, a stuffed bear called Freddy. Even at his young age, the boy had decided that a bear named Teddy would have been too obvious. So a change of the first letter sufficed. Freddy was a dark brown bear, about a foot tall, with big amber eyes and pale patches sewn onto his hands and feet. Freddy and the boy had been inseparable since as long as anyone could remember. They went everywhere together, hand in hand, on whatever adventure came their way. Suddenly, one of the rods jerked downwards with a great force, sending the reel upwards and across the lip of the boat. It must have been a pretty hefty fish on the line, they thought. They both got a fright. Such was the disturbance of the peace previously. The boy's father lunged for the rod and reel before it was dragged overboard. The movement tipping the boat in the process. The boy clung onto his bench, steadying himself. Realizing the second rod was unmanned, he stretched a hand out to it to avoid a watery end to its service. With great, prolonged heaves, the boy's father pulled and reeled in the catch, slowly and steadily, not rushing. He knew it was a firm hook. He would tire the fish out, letting it battle and expel its energy. Eventually, when everything had settled, he brought the fish in with one final pull. Up and over the bow. A large, healthy trout. Though not as big as anticipated, it would make a pleasing supper. Happy with their efforts, they both cleared and tidied the hull, ready to cast out again. But something was amiss. The boy looked puzzled. Where was Freddy? He couldn't see him anywhere. Looking all around, under and over their possessions, Freddy was nowhere to be found. He must have fallen overboard during the fuss. Words couldn't describe how sad the boy felt as he struggled to keep back the tears. He was devastated. His father looking toward his son, aching himself as he felt his boy's pain. There was nothing he could do for him. Don't worry, son. It'll be all right. I promise, he said optimistically, knowing deep down he knew the bear was gone. He searched for some hope, some attempt of situational reconciliation. Have I ever told you the story about the Loch Ness Monster? The boy shrugged, eyes damp. No, I don't think you have, he replied. Well, son, his father said, breaking his usual trend of few words. Let me tell you about our Nessie. And so they both sat in their little boat, bobbing about on Loch Ness. As the boy, slowly but surely, became enthralled by the story of the Loch Ness Monster. His father told him of reports of a monster inhabiting Loch Ness, dating back to ancient times. Notably, local stone carvings by the Picts depicted a mysterious beast with flippers. The first written account appeared in a biography of Saint Columba from 565 AD. According to that work,
the monster bit a swimmer and was prepared to attack another man when Columba intervened. He ordered the beast to go back to wherever it came from. It seemingly obeyed, and over the centuries, only occasional sightings were reported. Many of these alleged encounters seemed inspired by Scottish folklore, which abounds with mythical water creatures. In 1933, the Loch Ness Monster's legend began to grow. Over time, some people claimed to have seen an enormous animal. Which they had compared to a dragon or prehistoric monster. And after it had crossed their path, it disappeared into the water, not to be seen again. The Loch Ness area attracted numerous monster hunters. And over the years, several explorations were undertaken to locate the creature, but none were successful. Additionally, numerous photographs allegedly showed the beast, but most were discredited as fakes or as depicting other animals or objects. So no one truly knows the existence or the whereabouts of the Loch Ness Monster. The boy sat cross-legged, eyes wide and mouth slightly open, as he hung on every word of his father's story. But son, something still tells me this beast exists in these parts. I can just feel it. The boy's father said, with a wry smile and twinkle in his eye.
And I believe Nessie is a good creature, not evil. Not all monsters have to be bad. The boy liked that thought. And he liked the story. It took his mind off having lost Freddy for good. Though he was still deeply upset about the whole matter. Another sudden movement interrupted his thoughts. The rod. It moved again, though this time less so, more subtly. His father reached for it again. Before the fish could take the slack out of the line, dragging it overboard. And he started reeling, determined not to let this fish get away. On the other side of the boat, something caught the boy's eye. Something drifting in the water. He couldn't believe it. Surely not. It was Freddy. He almost leapt out of his seat, unsteadying the boat in the process. Reaching down into the water, he grasped the soggy bear from the loch, shaking the worst of the water from his fur. He was overcome with joy and grinning from ear to ear. He cast his eyes upwards once more to the water. Just in time to see the arcing back of a great beast disappear below the surface
of Loch Ness. Was he seeing things? His eyes widened and his mouth dried. He thought about calling his dad, reaching out for him to look. But no words came out. So he left him be, wrestling the fish. Instead, the little boy just hugged Freddy as tight as he could. Whilst looking out over the last few ripples that Nessie left in its wake.
Now, last but not least, we come to my overall favourite go-to if I had to pick a story which just did nearly everything for me. That's the writing, the ambience, and just the setting and the imagery. Now, this story is placed and set in the middle of the Cairngorm Forest, right in the heart of Scotland, somewhere that I treasure and just love the feel of the place. It completely relaxes me, but also excites me to be there because it's just a favourite place to visit, especially around winter and autumn. It is absolutely stunning. You must visit if you can. Now, you can't necessarily have waves in the forest, or in this place at least, otherwise that would probably make it 100% story to me. But with bird song, there's a log cabin, there's a fireplace, candles, striking of matches, getting cosy. It's everything that everyone tends to dream of as a cosy getaway. So it really is the perfect ingredients for a sleep story. And it's one that I find myself going back to regularly. So thank you so much for making it this far. It's quite a long list, I know, but it's felt wrong to leave anything out, and I'm sure you will have loved it all the way along too. So, from me, Sam, this is my overall favourite go-to of the year. It is the Woodland Cabin. Thank you very much, and sleep well. There it is, through the trees. A little glimpse of warm wood colour amongst the cool palette of piney greens and blues. It's been a long drive, but a beautiful one. Scotland is truly stunning at the best of times. But in the run-up to winter, everything glows. Areas full of rich woodland flourish in the damper air, breathing and blossoming. The greens get greener, the oranges get more orange, and in a matter of weeks you feel as though you are part of an enhanced photograph. Plummeting northbound into deep, dark Cairngorm forestry. You feel a part of the wilderness. Just one of many abundant wild animals calling this place home. Red squirrels jump between branches. Little roe deer graze silently on the forest floor. Nibbling on low-hanging branches. Squawking herons and buzzards nest in the treetops, fussing over misplaced twigs as they settle down for the night. Before long, your cabin becomes clear through the uprights of the evergreens. It must be more than half an hour from the main road that you've been driving. You are truly in the wild. There's little light, really. Just the smallest quantities of the remaining day shining down from the treetops. but that's more than enough. Everything the light touches still glows and pops with luscious vibrancy. The wee burnt orange pine cones hang on for dear life in the fall. Lasting longer than many of the needles which have already made their way down to earth. In some places, you estimate this carpet of needles to be a good few inches thick. Your car glides silently along the winding road up to the area in front of the lodge. It's not a smooth road. A dirt track full of lumps and bumps. But that added padding from the fallen foliage has removed near as much all of the noise from your tires. It feels appropriate in a place where there's no sounds other than nature existing itself. Pulling up the car, you admire the fascia of the log cabin. Rather welcomingly, on either side of the front porch are two tall and beautiful stand-alone fir trees. They are enormous, rising a fair bit higher than the majority in the area. They must be a lot older, you assume. Kept standing for keepsakes, and to act as natural grounds pillars. A deliberate decision, no doubt, when the cabin was built. It's like the most unpretentious gateway to a stately home. But stately in a modest way, rather than sheer opulence. cracking the door of your car with a bassy thud. The atmosphere changes almost immediately. Out falls the dry, clinical, conditioned air. And in its place floods something of such nourishing purity. You nearly gasp as it smothers you. So cool and freshly scented is the forest air. Your sense of invigoration is unbelievable. You can't help but take in great lungfuls through your nose, sensing and savouring each molecule of aroma. The pines, the saps, the ferns, the earth. It all smells so good, you could almost eat it. In only a moment, you feel twice as alert and awake as you had previously. Every naturally produced ion soaking into your body, energizing you. That's a good description for what it feels like. People talk of energies. And in a place like this, they are tangible. It makes you wonder about the environments we often surround ourselves in, with the likes of cities. If the remote air of woodland makes you feel this good, then why don't we spend more time here? Regardless, you are here now, and that's all your attention is on. A wee chill throws itself round your shoulders. causing you to shudder slightly and tense up. Time to go inside, you think? Returning your view to the forest surrounding the cabin, you regard the fading light in the gaps between the tall trees. It will be a chilly one tonight, you think. The damp air will exaggerate that. You step up to the front door. The old iron handle, cool to the touch, yet in keeping with the patina of the wood itself, which must be a few decades old by now. Turning the handle and pushing the door open, inside the cabin is dark, despite the open curtains. Scanning the single open room, you look for a candle and a box of matches. Over there, by the fireplace. Carefully, so as not to stub your toes on anything rugged, bulky, and highlandy, like axes or claymores or like boxes of kilts. You tiptoe across the floor and stretch for the matches. The box shuffles in your hands, and a match is drawn. Striking it up, the room is sent ablaze with light. You cover the match with a spare hand and hold it to the candle, letting the wick take up the heat of the match. There we go. That's better. And what a beautiful room. In the corner lies a large, freestanding stove, flat-topped, with a hot plate fit for a kettle. There are numerous wing-back chairs and a large, cosy cotton sofa. In place of a coffee table sits a large pine round, cut from what must have been an absolutely huge tree. About 35 inches wide and 20 inches tall or so. It's perfect for the job of holding your mug. On the far side of the room is a little kitchenette trimmed with simple cream tiles around a porcelain basin and wooden worktop. Just the bare kitchen essentials hang from wee hooks above the sink. Underfoot, bare pinewood floorboards, fit with an aged layer of varnish, provide decent enough insulation. And the walls are similarly trimmed, but arranged laterally, overlapping at the edges. Large stained beams run from wall to wall, providing support for the roof above you. Funnily enough, the log cabin is made entirely from logs. Fancy that. Again, you peer outside and can't help but notice the light is fading fast. Beside the fireplace sits a wicker basket of dried logs, complete with some old newspaper and some smaller pieces of kindling. Best to light a fire, just to take the edge off the cold. Crouching beside the stove, you scrunch up some paper and place it in the base of the pit. Next, the small bits of delicate and highly flammable kindling go on top, balanced against each other like a teepee. Then you fumble for a good-looking log. There always is one which looks the best for starting a fire. It's pretty much scientific fact. Normally it has a few sharper edges on it, just perfect for catching the heat. It's not too big, not too small, but just the right size to support the roll of the kindling. Log picked and satisfied, the box of matches is shuffled with again, and you strike another, savouring the smell of burning phosphorus. It really is an evocative smell, isn't it? Holding it to the base of the paper, the flames catch quickly, and the chain reaction takes hold. Your perfect pyro pyramid, an art form of bushcraft skills. When the larger log starts crackling, that's when you know she's away. You can leave her for a few minutes to look after herself. What's next? A cup of tea, perhaps? Kettle? Yes. Over there on the worktop. A lovely old tin item, which looks as though it might be as old as the cabin itself. Earlier in the day, you had filled up a water bottle in a stream. And so you fetched it from your bag and decanted some into the kettle. You'll no doubt find a similar stream or spring nearby, you thought. Popping the kettle onto the stove hot plate, you pick one of the wing-back armchairs to cozy into for a while. The ochre and olive green tartan one seems particularly appealing. So this is where you sit. On the arm of the chair is a fleece blanket, and you can't resist but to wrap your lower body up to save a little more heat from escaping. That is much better. With the gentle glow of the fire, supported by the candle, the temperature inside the cabin increases satisfyingly quickly. They are mesmerizing, aren't they, fires? When focusing on them, all else seems to melt away. All you can see are the dancing flames. Brief moments of iridescent ballet shooting skywards, only to almost instantly vanish. Then you spot little furnaces deep within the fire belly. Hollow pockets in between blazing logs. Where you can almost imagine a dragon living quite comfortably. It's so sleepy with that heat on your face. It won't be long before your water is ready. should you fall asleep. You're sure it will wait a little longer.